Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and get started here. Okay, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Mary Smith. I'm the Assistant Deputy Commissioner for Academic Planning and Policy here at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. I'm also the ADR Coordinator for Negotiated Rulemaking. And this is essentially a subcommittee of the Negotiated Rulemaking Committee for sexual harassment and assault. And this is a subcommittee that is going to be designing required training under Senate Bill 212 and House Bill 1735 of the 86th Texas Legislature. And I will, in just a couple of minutes, turn the meeting over to our chair and co-chair of the committee. But at this point, I just wanted to make a couple of quick announcements. First of all, for those who are here and those of you who are here in observance in person, we have some things here for you to munch on if you wish. And I do want to call your attention to Jane Caldwell's cookies, they are a very special treat here at the coordinating board. Jane Caldwell retired, but she continues to join us periodically and bring her delicious cookies. So I want to share those with you today. I also want to introduce our new member who is replacing Rebecca Bernhardt. You might remember Rebecca Bernhardt was just very briefly a member of the committee before she actually left the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault as of November the 1st. So her replacement on our committee, as recommended and nominated by Brian McCall, the Chancellor of the Texas State University System, is Mr. Rick Gipprich, Mr. Rick Gipprich, and he will be joining us as the advocacy representative for the advocacy organization TASA. Now, the rest of the members of the committee are members of the Negotiated Rulemaking Committee. So I don't know that I need to introduce everyone, but maybe I will. Go ahead. Rachel, do you mind introducing yourself?
Hi, Rachel Rolfe, General Counsel at Trinity University.
And just to remind everyone, be sure to turn on your microphones when you are speaking so that we can hear you through the broadcast.
Should we make Donna do that again?
I think we heard her. I hope so.
Okay, that's Donna
It's a pretty good microphone. It picks up.
Don't hold it against her. David Halpern, I'm Assistant General Counsel for the Texas A&M University System.
And I'm Krista Anderson. I'm the System-Wide Title IX Coordinator for the University of Texas System.
Rick Gipprich with the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, and I'm the Program Support Director.
Florence Nokar with the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, Chief Institutional Equity and Diversity Officer, Title IX Coordinator.
Hi, Erica Harrison, Title IX Equity and Diversity Officer for the University of Houston Downtown.
And I believe we have Michelle Boone from Texas Tech University, or Angelo State University on our line today. Are you here, Michelle? Michelle? Okay, so we don't have Michelle, but she will be joining us periodically. She did send me an email. She's got some issues that she needs to address, and so hopefully we'll be able to have her join us when she can. So with that, I'm going to ask you, if you will, to take a look at the minutes that are behind your agenda there. And because this is a formal advisory committee to the coordinating board, we do need to have you actually consider the minutes from your first meetings. The first one was a very brief meeting between the negotiated rulemaking dates of the 16th and 17th of October. And I will just go ahead and ask you if you have any revisions to those minutes. Does anyone have any revisions to the minutes dated October the 16th? Then without any further ado, could I get a motion to accept the minutes?
I'll motion to accept. This is
Thank you.
Krista.
Thank you, Krista. And do I have a second?
Second.
And that was Rachel. Thank you. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. All right, and then the next set is from your meeting, that was essentially that was the conference call meeting that you held on October the 29th from 1 till about 2:15 PM. Do I have a motion, do you have any questions or issues, any revisions to those minutes? Okay,
Just 1 second, Mayor.
sure.
I'm good.
Do I have a motion to accept those minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Donna. And a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, great. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? Okay, so I'll go ahead and I'm going to turn the meeting now over to our chair, David Halpern, and our co-chair, Krista Anderson. But before I do that, I'll just want to explain what we have. Over the last week and a half, we have gathered materials on the basis of a topics and assignments document put together by our co-chair and chair, David and Krista. And what we're planning to do is to project, hopefully in some semblance of order, the materials that have been submitted for purposes of compilation by the committee. So I'm going to do a little bit of a double roll here and pull up those things as you wish them to be projected. And then potentially what we will do is to create a document, a PowerPoint presentation that incorporates all of the things that you have submitted into one document. So we'll see how that goes. But that's the vision that I personally have. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the meeting over to David and Krista and the rest of the committee. And then I'm going to just sneak on over here and start projecting the materials on the projector here. Are there any questions for me before I exit this particular role and start projecting?
This is Krista. So I was just curious if the projectors will be working in front of us as well.
You know, we can do that.
Okay. That might be
hopefully,
helpful.
we'll see if Jeremy's available. Here comes Lori.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Lori. Okay, good. So we're on good shape there. Any other questions or issues before I move over to the computer?
I have one, Mary, and that is, having received the draft materials from all committee members.
Yes, sir.
At this point, I don't believe the committee has reviewed the collection of
Correct.
these documents and will be doing so for the first time publicly.
Correct. Exactly.
All right. I would like to ask members of the committee, just in terms of most efficient use of our time in evaluating these, there will be, from what little I gather, slightly different formatting approaches that individuals have taken, along with certainly different approaches substantively within some of the PowerPoint slides, having reviewed my co-chairs. Krista's. And I don't know, and I'm asking y'all for your input, do we want to just walk through each one in order before we survey the entirety to get a sense of that? Because I'm wondering about formatting, I'm wondering about within the substance of the various presentations, if we want to consider that before we break down the material in each one. I don't know.
That would work for me.
Any
I've got
thoughts?
them in order.
My thought is to do format last, just because as we go through, we may come up with different ideas about how to format them, and just kind of focus on content first. And then, because even as I was doing it, I changed my format like 3 times, because I think that just how the content flowed, it made more sense to do it different ways.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any thoughts on that? Let's do it that way.
Okay, so I'll start projecting each one. Do you want to start with your yellow side or the blue side? And that's,
I think the yellow is where we, in terms of concept,
okay,
we began our approach to proposed presentation.
okay. Okay, so I'm going to sign off here, and then I'm just going to
Now, I don't know who has control of the slides. I don't think I do. Okay.
first set. This would be in your handout sheet there. This is for the first 1, 2, 5, 6 component topic areas. What I probably should do, I'll just go ahead and start flipping through them. Stop me if you want to start anywhere else. How's that?
And what I might suggest is that we just by looking at one another, all know that you have completed your review of a slide and open it up for discussion, all right, as we go through.
Good.
If there are no questions about the first slide, Mary?
Ask a question. Like, can we have a short discussion about who our audience is for these slides? Because having that context, I think, will drive whether or not we think these slides are appropriate or not for whoever the proposed audience is.
I welcome that.
I was hoping, too, that in reviewing the material, maybe we could develop modules just to sort of help the individual identify what was most pertinent to them. So, thoughts in terms of.
I second that. This is Krista. I was going to propose that in looking at the content, that we essentially, the after we review and we like it, that then we decide which slides will go into which module, and they might go into multiple modules because of the type of content that needs to be shared with all three groups.
Right, and that was a decision made by the committee at our last meeting. We discussed which way to approach, whether by audience or by content, and decided to do it by content, and then there would be the apportioning or just placing as appropriate.
Okay.
Okay?
Great.
Any questions? Mary? I took liberties here. This is only intended to address what I anticipated will be questions about, I thought we already had law governing.
Then, David, I'll rely on you to let me know when you want to move on. How's that?
Thank you.
Like it.
I like it too. The other piece we might add are the regulations regarding the Clery Act, since that has requirements for policy as well as programming, which is also an overlap. So
I
that
think-
might be something to add.
I think that is a good point. And I don't know, do we have someone who is noting these things, taking the minutes?
My thought was that what I could do is just simply type at the bottom any adjustments that you want to make to any slide. I could, that way, I wouldn't necessarily project it the
That's fine.
way I normally would.
That's fine,
we
so
could
long
do
as you're
that.
tracking. Rachel's point is a good one, and I don't want to lose it.
Something like that, would that work?
Yes.
Okay.
That's great.
So rather than project it the normal way, perhaps I should just do it this way. You can all see it,
Yeah.
right?
Can we also add the date that the laws were passed? I'm just thinking,
Passed or in effect?
we do in effect later, but the past, just so, I'm just thinking of,
I don't think it's necessary, but, I mean, I don't think that those who are getting trained will want to know more than, what do I need to do, when do I need to do it, and how do I do it?
I've recently had questions from my faculty about, well, when did this get passed and why are you just telling me about it? And so that's the only why I'm saying to say that the 86, just say like that in 2018.
That's why it says the 86th legislature. Why don't we put the date
Yeah.
of the session?
Put the 2019 86th legislative session.
Okay.
Probably.
Do you want me to actually change the slide itself as we go through, or no?
I think to ask you to do that now would not be the best use of our time, but rather be noted for editing
Fine.
when more convenient.
Can you still see it if I make it this small?
I can't, but I'm not the only.
How's that? That's good. Okay.
Any other questions?
It may come on the next slide. I don't know what the transitions are, but we may want a very explicit statement that says this material only covers the requirements of Texas law. Like, I think we've said that in the orientation.
Beginning.
Okay.
Let's go to the next slide.
Go get glasses.
We may have to go back to bigger, Mary.
Yeah.
So we can see, just the full.
Either that or I could go get some more glasses I have in the car.
That's good. I'm not a big fan of et ceteras and ellipses in legal documents, but you'll note the last bullet is "and more" because of the breadth of 1735. And I tried to highlight what I believe are probably the primary duties that the training will address.
You know, this overlaps some of the stuff that I did.
I don't doubt that. This is summary introduction.
Right.
Okay? And so bear with us. We're just looking at each one as we go.
All right.
And, and I just want to note, this is Krista, that I think there will definitely be multiple doses of the content, but essentially this is, for our institutions to, to pull what they think they need and adapt for their institution. So I think multiple doses, I think, is a good thing. Yeah.
Mary?
I did want to make a request to Donna to be sure to pull your microphone to you, because our folks can't hear you.
All right.
At the sake of kind of derailing the process, would it be possible, just because I was gladly volunteered as tribute to replace Rebecca, just to kind of give me some context about what we're looking at, and is this going to be the one training, or is it everyone kind of submitted their portions and we're looking at all of that?
Okay. So
If that's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you were not provided any context coming into the meeting.
Just
That's-
reading what from Rebecca's notes, and then I just want to make sure I'm on the same page with everyone.
Sure. So beginning with the page, I'm sure you're acquainted with the mandates in Senate Bill 212 and 1735 imposed upon the Higher Education Coordinating Board to establish a training advisory committee and the specific charges that the legislature had for the coordinating board as to those two statutes. We received those charges as a committee. We met on the 16th and then discussed moving forward in a general way. And then on the 24th or thereabouts, I don't recall when the second meeting was, with the assistance, really at the initiative of Krista as the co-chair, we took the elements of the statutes, identified them in what we hoped would be a logical and coherent order. And we had a discussion as to audiences, whether, and I proposed, the committee felt otherwise, that we do a training specific for responsible employees. There are 3 categories, discrete categories, contemplated: responsible employees, Title IX, coordinators and deputies, and confidential employees, with an asterisk, survivor or advocates, student advocates. And it was discussed and decided that our approach, and we're winging it, was to, rather than create 3 trainings where there may be duplication, and there will be, we tried to develop what would be the rudiments. I think that's what we have here, fleshing out the language of the law and the proposed rules in what we hope will be understandable in lay terms that will enable those who access the coordinating board site to have a better sense of what 212 and 1735 require of them, beginning on the dates that those laws become effective.
Okay.
All right?
So what we're looking at are the contributions from members of the committee who wrote certain aspects of it.
Right.
Okay, got it.
And if you refer to, I think it's the last page, yeah, you'll find that.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate
And if
that.
that's the biggest derailment we have, we are moving along.
And can I add, this is Krista again, the yellow sections were developed kind of a deeper dive, topic area by topic area, that we felt applied to all 3 of the groups. And so that's why we kind of laid those out in that way. And then when you flip over to the blue side, it's kind of zooming out to just each section. And some of those sections actually did get covered in that deeper dive of yellow. So instead of duplicating assignments, we just, said these are covered, so not everything needed to be duplicated. But essentially, everything in the blue is kind of what we're trying to cover, and some of it got zoomed in, we zoomed in, and that's why the yellow sections are kind of broken out the way they are.
Great, thank you. That gives me a better understanding because I read
Yeah.
it and I just wanted to make sure I was on the same
No,
page.
thank you for asking. And at the risk of repeating something we've already discussed, so you know, at our last meeting, we volunteered for various topics, and then we went home. And this is our first opportunity to together look at the products that each, and I forgot to thank the committee members for your time and work on this, as well as staff. And so you are right there with us in terms of reviewing these for the first time.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So this is Donna, I have one comment. We use the bill number. I can understand why to use the bill number in the beginning, but as we progress and as this is going to stand the test of time over many future years where there will be other Senate Bill 212s, I always find it very awkward to use a bill number in a title of a slide because it doesn't maintain its context long-term. So I just ask, in the slides that I created because, the concept of sexual harassment, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking is a very long policy name. I use the shorthand sexual misconduct policy. And I'm wondering whether we want to consider a title that is more omnibus and will stand the test of time as opposed to a bill number.
Yeah, I think that is a very valid point, and I think you've identified why I did what I did. I made a conscious effort not to use a term like sexual misconduct, and it's not because there's anything wrong with it. It's just I was trying to play it safe in this, and just cite two. I don't know that it will help those who are training or those who are being trained, and I think the same would apply to citation to the proposed rules. I think those will be impediments ultimately. So I think that ought to be part of our discussion before we finish today.
Okay.
All right? I took liberty when I created the 4 categories, and that was based upon how I worked through the material. And so please note that. We good? Mm-hmm. All right, please, Mary.
This is Donna. I'm sorry. Can we go back one slide? I'm just struggling a little bit with the language while in the course and scope of their employment. In part because I don't want people to say, well, I got that information, but I wasn't really in the course and scope of my employment. I was, I'm a faculty member. My job is to teach, and somehow this student comes and talks to them, let's say as a friend or as just somebody they respect, but not because I'm asking for advice from you about my class. I'm just coming to see you. And so I just feel a little bit troubled by that language.
This is Krista. It says it in the statute, though, and so I recognize your concern, but that's how it's written.
It's in the statute, but is it better to use the course and scope of their employment for the Title IX coordinator piece and then use some other language for just the employee? Because I feel like if we give the employee that, do we have to put that so specifically for the employee?
Yeah, just because it's in the statute doesn't mean it needs to be in our training in that way.
So the fix, if there is one, is proposed language that would better convey the legal duties imposed upon those who will be charged more broadly, a faculty member. And I'm not opposed to that. And again, if there's a theme to the slides we're looking at, it was play it safe.
Right.
All right. And I also am sensitive to what I sometimes feel like are PowerPoints that the term ad nauseum comes to mind. And that is, I was trying to, with respect to our initial cut, identify the fundamentals that may merit a call-out slide on course and scope. I will tell you that as a lawyer, I feel that that is a valuable term, but I'm not opposed to looking at alternative language that I believe adequately and effectively conveys the responsibilities. I don't know that we have to do that, but I'm certainly not opposed to attempting to do that.
If we do come back and add that, in the draft rules, course and scope is defined. And so there is something that was agreed to in the rulemaking that if became final could be used.
That's noted, Mary. Thank you.
My thought is to perhaps use the course and scope for the Title IX coordinator part, because they will be the ones analyzing whether it's a report for SB 212, and then using some other language for the employee part. My other thought too is that I don't know I don't know what the group's thought about adding examples, like hypotheticals in the slides. I know I did for a couple of mine, but that could be a way to kind of show this is the line, this isn't the line, for the employee part of the training.
I think that's a really good idea. And I don't know how many hours y'all spent on these, but given the timeline that we had, let's bear in mind what our deadlines are as well. There are a lot of things that, and by the way, you guys, I think the chair starting out with his own slides, I thought I was just going to cruise through here.
I honestly
But
think
no.
these are actually, I think they're great. You did better than I would have done. They're
I'm
really
just like-
good.
Good. And I'm assuming, and I'm not sure who this question is for, that we will have an opportunity to work on, I mean, we need to have a set of training that's adopted by December 1 for the coordinating board, right? But we can work on it after that and improve upon it
Agreed.
with time.
Agreed.
Okay.
And so if that isn't cutting short our discussion of what must be reported by an employee, anyone?
What I'd, just a thought, is put it as a note, a speaking point for, just as to direct institutions in terms of scope, or course and scope may not be language that the mandatory reporters will understand. We recommend hypotheticals, we recommend
Agreed.
reference to
Yeah.
the negotiated rulemaking definitions to explain what that truly means in practice, just as a speaking point in the
Okay.
footnote.
Yeah, I like that.
Please. Questions? This is a pretty easy one.
Just a long title.
It's a long title, and I thought about shortening it, but, I thought about student employees, and I thought, nope, that's going to be misinterpreted, so I thought we better say, and this introduces a topic, and rather than having just a slide that just says employees who are accepted, I put it that way. I don't really know what's best.
Could there be a hypothetical under
This
this
would be a
as
good
well?
hypothetical place.
Yeah, for however employees may be mandatory reporters under their institution's policies, regulations, rules, or procedures. For example,
The answer is yes.
Okay, great.
So, and you wanted a hypothetical that includes, just for the notes, Mary, something about how employees may still be required reporters, mandatory reporters under their university's policies and procedures.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow.
He added, his point was to have a hypothetical here, so that the SB 12 does not require employees who are enrolled as students to report, but he had noted that the university's policies actually may require that.
Or may require it.
Yes. May require.
Ready when you are, Mary. Thank you.
I would want to clarify and say that I think how to say it.
When they're the victim of their own,
Yes.
of their own experience.
at that time, right? Not previous
Yeah.
survivors seeking services.
So what I mean is, if someone identifies themselves as a victim of an incident of sexual harassment, sexual assault, dating violence, or stalking, it doesn't mean that they are exempt from all other situations or information that they become aware of. It's just their own experience, their incident.
I think should say, probably should write the victim of the incident, just a the, so you know they're talking about that specific incident
Okay,
versus a general.
okay.
Yeah.
We're ready, Mary.
This could be a good example for a hypothetical too.
Exactly.
I like the categories, how you organize this. This really helps my brain understand these things too.
Agree.
We're ready. And I'll just remind everybody, in our negotiated rulemaking committee, we worked hard with the language in both 212 and 1735. And so I won't be surprised if there are questions as we go into this next set of slides.
So again, I think hypotheticals on each of these, for each of these categories, I think would be really helpful for when the person is delivering the training.
This is Krista, and I would also suggest not only hypotheticals, but I can think of, tangible examples, like if an ombuds person is designated, an ombuds, student ombuds person is designated, that is someone who is under this particular definition, as well as victim advocates or confidential advocates who are designated to speak with students.
I'd just ask you to, there is a slide that speaks to
perfect.
non-employee confidential designees, and a student advocate, maybe I misunderstood.
Oh, I'm sorry, a victim advocate who works with students. So a full-time employee that works with students.
Might have to restate that. I'm sorry, I'm not following.
So two examples that I can think of that would fall under this particular explanation is student ombuds persons who could be designated for students to speak confidentially, as well as victim advocates who work with students. And these are both employees of the institution.
Your language, David, in terms of emphasizing without limitation, I think that makes it very, very clear, because it will be change for.
Thank you for complimenting my work, Florence. You guys, hint.
You're welcome, David.
I think we may have a question. I'm just guessing their eyes. I'm looking at eyes thinking. Any questions? Let's, move on then. Okay.
Going back to the other slide, the staff who.
I knew you had a question. I knew you had a question.
We spend quite a bit of time discussing the staff who work in those particular offices. Footnote, if clarity or more clarity regarding.
I think that's a point well taken. Are we okay to go to the next slide? Thanks. I'm pretty sure I just took this language almost verbatim. It was pretty tough.
Well,
to
we're
work
still,
with.
we're still going to criticize it, so.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to send you to the author's office. This may merit, I didn't want to talk about, call-outs or, what are we calling them, hypotheticals? Yeah, because I figured I would let whoever brought it up write them. But this may merit a little further. Any other questions or comments? Oh, Mary, next slide, please.
So my question is about, I wonder where this would fit in, but the certification requirements by the OAG's office, that is a very specific 40-hour designated training that can only be completed by a sexual assault training provider, which is a rape crisis center. So I wonder where that would fit in as far as explanation, because how do I say this? If a survivor advocate or a student advocate is going to be designated by a university, then there should be that, I guess, that connection with the local program, but ensuring that that local program that provides that training is certified by the Attorney General's office as well. So should that be explained further, or should that be added maybe as a caveat to that? Do you see what I'm saying?
All right, I want to make sure I understand your point. I think the language as to certification, one, I think it's clear, it must be met, must meet certification requirements. So that is an alert. There are certification requirements. You better find out what they are and satisfy those requirements before you can be entrusted with responsibilities as an advocate under Texas Penal Government Code 420. So
I guess
again, not averse to explaining, but it is only specific to that type of advocate, correct?
Right.
Okay.
So I guess there might be questions that come up about, well, who is certified? Where do I get that certification? What does the Attorney General say about that certification? So I don't know if that's just a training issue where we would make sure that whomever is doing the training understands what the certification requirements are in that process, or does that need to be explained fully?
We talked about putting some things in the notes, and so that could be a good thing to put in the notes, that if that's on a website, a link to the website for additional information on the actual certification process, please go to this website. It's detailed there, so on and so forth. Because one thing we wanted to do is offer resources. People can get additional training and assistance, so that's a good place to put that.
Yeah, and then maybe just reference the Office of the Texas General.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, there's a direct link to the OAG's office about certification, so
Good, thank you.
thank you.
Could we put an or after, to me, it's confusing the way it's worded, student advocates and then advocates for survivors of sexual assault.
I
Almost
agree.
may sound like it's the same thing, and it's not. So there should be an or, maybe?
Well, for one thing, and I was lazy here because I couldn't format it, you'll note that advocates doesn't have a separate bullet, which would indicate a separate category.
Right.
So I agree with you that the separation is not, the delineation, separation, distinction is not clear.
Yeah, because it should the institute may designate one or more students who serve as student advocates or advocates for survivors of sexual assault, which has got a very specific term of art. This is how you become one.
Are we as a committee aware of any other types of advocates? Because I was concerned about suggesting that these are the only two types, and I did not research this.
Does 1735 distinguish or define student advocate versus survivor advocate?
No.
So there's no definition of what so they could be defined as one and the same?
Could be.
Well, it says that for student advocate, there's a part about you may have student advocate, so it's put a little separately. Let me find it.
It is. Student advocates are expressly called out, but the advocates for survivors of sexual assault as certified by the AG's office are not within the bill, to my recollection. And this is something that separate research identified would also be a group that could be confidential in this way. Does that make sense?
The institution is conducting some separate research, or our legal department is looking into this issue, so this might be something that we do later. Because there might be other subcategories based on existing legislation that would provide protections for. So I think because there's research that's still ongoing, we might want to table.
Yeah.
And I asked that if there was that distinction as well, because just in my language, an advocate, a survivor advocate is someone who responds to the hospital, works with the survivor from beginning to end. If they're getting a sexual assault forensic exam, they go through the legal process with them. They are advocating through the entire criminal justice process and the medical side. So I wonder if student advocates would be that in depth. And so if not, do they need to be defined differently?
Well, yes. I don't know. I certainly think the distinction is important. And I didn't have an appreciation until you just told me about what your expectations or what your understanding of survivor advocates is. I just read the law.
Right.
Perhaps these belong on separate slides. However we can better distinguish them, I'm all for that.
Yeah, this is Krista. I would recommend that the advocates for survivors of sexual assault be moved to a separate slide so that they don't look like they're living together. But I would also say that the legislation didn't define student advocates, and that could be something that the institution determines for themselves and kind of creates that role, defines those job responsibilities or role responsibilities specific to that institution. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think we need the language authorized by HB 1735. Again, it just doesn't add anything to it, in my view.
Again, I don't object to that suggestion. That was my shorthand for grounding it in case there was concern for where it came from.
And when we pull out the other one as a separate slide, which I think is a good idea, again, I'm very hesitant to put in training, things like authorized by the government code under section 20.051, or a survivor of sexual assault or other sex offense under Chapter 21 of the Texas Penal Code. Like, that does not help anybody being trained, because it just begs the question of what is included in sex offenses under Chapter 21, and is that different than, what's in our policies?
Donna, you're now way behind Florence on my favorites list.
I'm
here.
sorry. I am really hesitant to put those references in there.
No, and again, the purpose, no.
David, you did such a great job,
Thank you,
though.
thank you. You got a long way to go. No, that's a valid point, but again, for our purposes, the idea was not so much that I'm wedded to that, but I was concerned insofar as the survivor advocate authority is pretty specific as to what the law says in terms of the definition of a survivor. And so I wanted to at least signal what you need to refer to, if not actually spell it out. And so if we are spelling it out, we'll spell it out.
And a hyperlink to that reference.
Yeah, yeah.
I think so too, given that this is a group not called out by SB 212 and HB 1735. And so I think if that's only what institutions are looking at, they may not be aware that there is a separate provision. So if nothing else, maybe leaving it in the notes.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
We may come to this, but is there anywhere in the training that defines sexual assault, what stalking is, what sexual harassment is, and what is considered dating or domestic violence?
That will be in your policy. So the way the statute reads is you have to have definitions of each of those. That level of detail you will find in the policies, but not in the training.
Okay.
Well, one thing, this is Krista. One thing I would note, though, for the reporting requirements under 212, there are specific definitions of what that conduct is that needs to be reported, so it might need to be, I would suggest it should be reflected, at least in terms of just referencing the reporting requirements.
I would second that, especially when it comes to the advocate's role, right? Because they can keep other forms of sexual misconduct confidential when providing services, so just to clear in the one.
We've had this discussion before too, and I feel like with the sexual harassment, it pretty much covers all sexual misconduct. With that umbrella term, you basically going to have to intimidation, exploitation, have to report all those under sexual harassment.
Yeah, and I think under this legislation, and as we get into the administrative reporting requirements, at least my suggestion is that we call everything sexual harassment, even if your institutional rules may have definitions for all sorts of different things that will ultimately be the umbrella under sexual harassment. But yeah, I agree.
A lot of notes for this slide. Okay.
Just let us know when you're ready, Mary.
You're doing a good job, Mary.
This would probably be a good area for a hypothetical also.
Anything else? Okay, Mary.
I think another hypothetical would be great here.
I hate to backtrack, but did we note that that universities are not required to have student advocates, that it's an option? That
I think it said may authorize or may designate.
Let's backtrack.
Sorry to go back. It's, can you go back to the slide that had the first slide we talked about student advocates? I think it's this one.
May.
Yeah, May. Okay, we're good. I'm good.
So this is Krista. I would recommend maybe adding on that slide what that means is it's optional, just to help our institutions.
Or just say something like may designate or, but is not required to.
Yeah, just,
Just, I think this will help David, because you put both of those subjects in one slide. This will give us an opportunity to flesh out the student advocates a little more.
Good.
And I think we should also consider changing the order of some of the slides. So we have one slide about student advocates. We do the next slide on student advocates. So I know when I did mine, even though because the statute is not written in a logical order. I reordered my slides after I wrote them all to try to keep the subjects together. So I think we just need to do that when we have a full set.
Yeah, and just to jump off of that, Donna, this is Krista. David's slides, he took on a few things that were not in order, so we have a section from Erica and a section from Rachel, so these aren't necessarily going to be in at least our proposed order of content either, so.
All of these were intended to be part of confidential communications. That's the next one, yeah. Are we good to go or
Maybe the
questions?
next slide answers it, but I'm kind of, my question here, I'm just thinking, okay, confidentially from, what does the confidentiality entail? I can't disclose their name, or I can't remember what it, maybe the next slide goes into it.
Yeah, maybe just hold that thought.
Yeah.
And I think this is just semantics, but an alleged victim, or can we just say a victim of sexual harassment, or is alleged in the
So
statute?
here we go.
Statute.
And I played it safe, and I used the language that sometimes was victim, sometimes alleged victim, because I didn't feel like that was discretion I wanted to exercise.
And this was something that I had also sort of raised, and maybe something at the end we want to talk about if there's other terminology that we would want to use, and then reflect at the beginning, sort of a statement about the terminology used throughout. But I think there are some stylistic things we should talk about at the end, including this issue.
Yeah, because alleged victim and then alleged perpetrator in the same slide might come across to maybe some students or other survivors as, yeah, okay.
There definitely are definitional issues with the terms used.
Yeah, this is Krista. I would recommend maybe for each of the, either after those terminologies and even as it lists the person who ... that you could put EG and then give examples of what those people, other terminology you might use. For example, on the first bullet where it says a person who reports an incident of sexual harassment, sexual assault, dating violence, or stalking, EG, a third-party reporter could be a descriptor of who that is. Or the last one that says is alleged to have committed or assisted in the commission of an incident, e.g. a respondent or, something like that. And then we're defining what those are elsewhere in the proposed training.
I agree. I think that's helpful too, if an audience is not the Title IX coordinator for that university and they're trying to mix the language with their university's language in the statute, I think that would be helpful. And I'm thinking, I think I just used my language when I went through here, but that probably has to be changed, but yeah.
Okay, no? All right.
Sorry, hold on, we're looking at one more thing. I thought for the person who's alleged to have committed the act, that the confidentiality only attaches after the end of an investigation when the report's determined to be unsubstantiated.
Let's look at that.
1735, pages 9 and 10. Which operationally I think is difficult, but
What section?
it's 51.291A3.
Thank you.
So it's the very last line on page 9, on top of page 10.
That is correct. So that should be clarified. Make a note of that.
Well, this is Krista, but it also is listed, oh, yeah, I think just adding the additional pieces of it, it does say it in its entirety in the proposed rules, section 3.17, A5. So that's just another reference point. This is Krista. Mary, I have a question, not to derail us, but in terms of the proposed rules, once they are finalized, will the section numbers that are in the proposed rules, will those actually be designated in the regulations, or will they have different kinds of like section numbers, or because I just, as a mental reference, so for instance, in the proposed rules, section 3.17 is confidentiality. Will that be a reference in the final rules, or will it have a different type of anchor?
Kathy?
I'm not sure I understand the question. We had some trouble with the numbering before, but I think we've corrected it. And so the numbers that, as they were in the two issues at the register, will be combined.
Okay.
So I think they should be as they were proposed.
So I guess my question is, if we reference, okay.
Yeah,
Well-
Donna doesn't like that.
I just have a really hard time putting references to statutes or regulations or bill numbers in these rules, because that is not helpful. If you want to put a link for more information, fine, but it is very confusing to people who are not lawyers and not sophisticated in this. They're just, you've got to remember, this is training we're going to give to every employee on campus, people with oftentimes no more than a 7th grade education, and those kinds of things is just going to be confusing to them. That's my opinion.
No, I hear that. I think the section I worked on will be very specific to the Title IX coordinators, and so I did have to reference the draft rules quite a bit. So it was just something I was trying to compartmentalize. So.
Any other questions on this slide? Mary? Thank you.
Writing, like underline it.
I played with a little bit of highlighting with color and things, and I'm all for emphasizing. There are a lot of slides with important terms, and I am amenable to emphasis where y'all think it's necessary.
Another addition that I think could be really helpful to people that aren't familiar with the rules is in rulemaking, we defined investigation, assuming this becomes final, as the coordinated response. And as it relates to communications on bit teams or for interim measures and things like that, defining, or maybe instead of to conduct an investigation, maybe use actually the definitional descriptive term from the rules there instead, but something to depict that that's broader than it may initially indicate.
I struggled a little bit with that, and yeah, I think that's worth looking at.
Did I capture that right, Rachel?
I think that will be enough for whoever edits it to know
Okay.
what is meant.
And because I can't read any of it, I'm not doing it.
It says define investigation as the coordinated response.
Okay. Next slide. May I propose that we take a short 5-minute break, stretch our legs, and... All right. Yeah, it sounds like we don't need to vote on that. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Shoes.
Yes, mine's up next.
All right, Mary's given us the nod, and if everybody is ready to proceed, I want to just thank everybody for their restraint. I've recovered. I did call my mom, and she said it would be okay. Actually, I called her yesterday.
I'll take the hot seat from you with the equal access part.
Thank you, Eve.
I didn't go too in detailed. One thing that I thought about doing, there's a state law that requires websites to be accessible, and I can get the site for it. Maybe adding that to the notes, but I didn't want to include it in the actual slide.
Any questions? Oh, come on, you guys.
Differently abled persons. I know it says disabled person.
I just used the language in the statute because I was thinking that same thing. I just pulled the language in the statute. That one.
Florence, would you mind speaking into the mic? Thank you.
So in terms of, I know we're looking at language and the use in the statute is disabled persons, but in academic settings, for the most part, differently abled is the reference to my understanding. So just in terms of incorporating or referencing, differently abled, so as an example, might be good. That better?
I know-
I talk a little bit.
I know we're going to talk about the language at the end, and I think we can put that in the equation, but we have to use the vernacular that all of our employees are going to know and recognize and understand, even if it's not the most current or. So I just think we need to be careful to make sure that we're communicating the message that we're trying to get across. To me, is the most important thing, as opposed to necessarily the vernacular we might be using.
Well, to that point, and back to what Rick was talking about, whether it's a glossary, but we may want to, for clarity's sake, use terms that different audiences associate with the concept that we are addressing. And that may be the best way to do it, is glossary or something.
What Krista said earlier, I think is a good way to do it, just including the other terms people may use. So then we look like we're trying to be more inclusive, and that we're acknowledging that these terms are a little bit outdated. Yeah.
I like the idea of a glossary. We could put that at the end. I've got a checklist that I created, which could be another, useful tool. So.
Mary, would you?
Volunteering Donna to do that work.
She already has a draft. She-
Next slide.
And the next one is just a hypothetical that I thought of, but I'm not stuck on it. So.
Okay. Okay, next slide.
I just was going to say, to the extent that we're concerned about our audience, these slides aren't ones that are going to go in the ones for all employees, right? Because they don't need to know. Oh, they are. Okay, never mind.
At least that's what we're recommending, that topic is important enough for all employees to know, and how that institution delivers that message is, I think, discretionary, but yeah.
I saw it as the audience for this would be the employee, the blind employee or blind student, to know that the office
Gotcha.
is accessible to you.
Any chance of just enlarging? I don't think it's that funny.
Can't read it either.
I got glasses, they're just. And if not,
we should apply the equal access to our committee.
couldn't help
So
but
I just
think
want to
about
make
the
note of that.
irony.
This is Krista.
You know, I think the font, I think I made the font smaller, so that's probably part of the problem. There was a lot of words on there, so. Oh, we can.
You mean the font on the slides?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the font that I use is smaller than the font that he used, so if you just make it bigger, he probably be able to see it, yeah.
We know you're not 55 or older. Right, David?
I'm also sitting really close up front
You're on
with
your
my
own there.
bifocal glasses.
And my request is only so that I can,
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't have to do
follow along.
all the ones, Mary, sorry. Just so that the new one, that one, so we can see it a little bit better. For these slides, I use the word respondent, which I know is not used at all in the statute, but the statute references the student. And it's, when you're reading it, that's really confusing. So it calls the respondent the student, and that doesn't really make sense in a training materials. So maybe put the student and respondent in parentheses, maybe easier, but if we just say student, I think that'd be too confusing.
Just to make a note as well, I don't know if we can put it on this slide or wherever for the glossary, but we're using the word victim and survivor as well. And so for a lot of people, it may be a reference in the glossary about how we use those words interchangeably.
I'm keeping the list for the glossary.
Okay.
Good citizen that I am.
Yeah, and I prefer to use the word complainant, but the law uses victim.
Right.
So.
yes, please.
There's a specific note in the statute about protecting of the student during the disciplinary process, so I just wanted to highlight that with the hypothetical.
We good? Okay, Mary.
So in the first paragraph, you are referring to an employee or student, and in the second paragraph, it's just employee.
So the statute does not, for the, it just says an employee that's required to report, but also is the perpetrator of the action, does not get the immunity.
Okay.
So it doesn't say anything about students. So I had to combine two different parts there. But it does, and it references student in one part, and then it goes to just employee for that second part.
Separate slides.
It may be helpful to make it a separate slide. I think I had it a separate slide at one point, but it got confusing.
Yeah, at least under 51 to 54 and SB 212, it does talk about person in that provision, so they may be
So, yeah,
internally
so you can change it to
inconsistent.
person than employee.
Anything else? Will a hypo follow this?
I think there is one, yes. Yes. And some of the grammar may be a little funky because I was trying to avoid pronouns.
Okay.
This is Krista. I think there's a typo for overheard, an employee overheard.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can read that.
And I would just suggest, and cannot be disciplined for making the report.
I like that addition. Cannot be disciplined for making the report.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay.
Off the hot seat.
Thank you, Erica, for working on this.
Thank you, guys.
Are we, Rachel, I think we're ready for Rachel's slides, is that right? Victim rights, victim's right to request.
Let's see.
And it's flipped because I also had the remedies and interim measures, so I think that one ended up first, so I apologize. It was down lower.
I would emphasize both parties are enrolled in the same class. I think that the fact that they're both in the same class as opposed to when you have someone who's undergoing a particular amount of distress.
I like the inclusion of Title IX in the Clery Act and impose additional requirements, and I think there's probably some places we can add that in other parts too, if necessary, but for the Title IX coordinators.
And it may be that we just want that to be a disclaimer at the beginning that applies across the whole thing, but I thought that was particularly relevant here since there are very specific Clery regs that detail interim measures.
Oh, we did include that. That was one of the opening slides that David did, so yeah.
Rachel, do you make a distinction between interim measures and support services throughout this, or?
No, I just used that language because it was on
Yeah.
this sheet, but we can change the title to be whatever we want, or we can leave it inclusive so that whatever campuses call it, they can use it, but no.
Yeah, I actually like it inclusive, but I wonder if maybe, and that list is probably going to get very long, but maybe add it to the glossary, just so folks understand what interim measures are versus support services.
Didn't we have to define this in the rulemaking? There was some issue with this and why we added support services.
It's not, I don't think it was a definition, but we added language to the rule, and I'm looking to my co-chair maybe to help where that was.
Well, I think, support services is a more emerging term from like the Title IX proposed regs, and so it was kind of just sprinkling in all of those different terms since they are kind of interchangeable and may also apply intersectionally.
I just did a quick word search of the rules and did not find support services.
Oh, okay.
But
Oh,
I
in the
still
rules.
agree,
Yes,
in the
I
draft
think that was
rules.
my, yeah, I think that was my mental framework.
But I think it does make sense to reference it.
We said supportive measures in the rule.
Oh, thank
So
you.
we put that, when we define interim measures, we put any other accommodations or supportive measures available to those victims of the institution to include that.
Well, and, this is Krista, just as another thought out loud, with 1735 and all the different components that must be in policy, using support services as another term just reiterates the components that also need to be in the policies, and identifying those offices or services. So anyways, that's my mentally thinking out loud too.
And now that we've looked back at that rule, Mary, if you'd make a note on the availability to other parties, we also need to say support services. So maybe just say second main bullet, add support services. Right now, it only references interim measures.
One more time.
Maybe just write on second main bullet, add support services. That will be enough of a note to tell me what to do if I'm the one that revises it. Yes.
Anything else? Okay, Mary.
Looks good.
Anything? All right, next slide.
On the second bullet point where it says confidentiality requirements under the law, this specific law or under the law in general?
In general.
Okay.
Is it clear to take the out and just say under law. I don't know if that
Or
addresses the
applicable state
question.
and federal law, maybe?
The law suggests a law.
In the, this is Krista, in the proposed rules, in section 3.9, victim request not to investigate, it did reference that they're complying with the confidentiality requirements under the Texas Education Code 51.291 and section 3.17 in the subchapter of the rules. Did you just say that, or, okay.
I think Eve's point was there could also be federal rules that also apply, so she had suggested that we say under applicable federal and state law.
Okay.
Which works well, too.
Fine. Okay. Next slide, please. No?
Could we just go back? I think applicable state and federal, please.
On the third, yeah.
I think we already hit number 4 because that was Erica, right? So we are now at Michelle. Unfortunately, Michelle, it doesn't seem to be on the phone, so I'm not sure exactly how we're going to be able to handle this.
Why don't we just come back to that? Yep.
Okay.
Is that acceptable? It might be helpful to have her participation.
Right. So I think we're complete. Let's see, did I get everything? Okay, I think we're now into this new section. Try, I didn't mess this up. Right, okay.
I think it might be a good idea to put a note next to definitions of prohibited behavior to note that, the definitions are either in the law or that they're the same as the Clery definitions or something. So people know where the definitions are supposed to come from.
That could be
Hey, this
Michelle.
is Michelle. I'm sorry. I'm just listening online, so I didn't have to keep beeping in and beeping out on y'all.
Hey, Michelle.
Hey, David. I'm sorry. I just heard y'all, and I thought I would try to pop on.
It's good to have you. Y'all, should we, is this, given what the demands are on your time today, maybe we ought to jump in and take advantage of your time now, Michelle?
Yeah, and I'm so sorry. We've just kind of had stuff today. Are you there?
We are here now. Mary, what is your suggestion? Michelle, I don't believe, are you viewing what we're viewing?
I am a little bit delayed online, but I can see what you guys are working on.
Michelle, I would suggest that you look at your own slides.
Okay.
And we're just going to talk through those slides. So we've got your 4 slides projected, and as you've seen, we're actually just going through each slide, and I'm making notes in the notes section of each slide on how the committee would suggest revising that particular slide. So
Okay.
given
Sounds good.
just so everybody knows, she's watching online, but there's a 1-minute delay. So it would be better, I think, if she actually watched the slide, looked at her own slides.
So the video is delayed, but the audio is not.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because the audio is through a phone line and the video is through like a webcast. So at this point, Michelle, I'm going to help a little bit by just letting you know that right now we are looking at your slide, when should employees report? And then we're going to get comments from the committee.
Okay.
Anyone?
The only thing I would say is at the end of the first bullet point to specify at the time of the alleged misconduct or whatever. Because this, who was or is a student or employee of the institution doesn't give us the temporal, the time frame that is necessary to fully understand the requirement.
Eve, I remember that we talked about this, and I don't disagree with you at all, because I do think it's confusing that the wording is who was or is. But we still want the report to offer support, even if that person is no longer a student or an employee. Correct?
I think what
I may
the
not be
statute.
understanding what you're saying.
I think what the statute requires is that it has to be reported if the alleged misconduct occurred when that person was a student or employee.
Right, but even if, so I guess let me pose this to you, which I'm not saying statutory that you're not correct, but if I have a student at the institution and say they're a sophomore and a student transfers in that assaulted them prior to them being a student at our institution, wouldn't we still want that to be reported? Because again, that would still be something that we would offer remedies on, even if the assault happened prior to them becoming our student.
I mean, as Title IX coordinator, I'd absolutely want to know that so that I could provide services, but I don't want to give the false impression that that is required by this law.
By the statute. I understand. I could agree with that completely.
Yeah, and this is Krista. To jump off of what Eve shared, I think there could always be a disclaimer on these slides, just to reinforce that there are other potential reporting requirements outside of this law, too.
Perfect. And we can address that through our own policies. That's an excellent point.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Anything else?
Not on my end.
Okay. Next slide, please. When should employees report, Michelle?
Seems like a better title for this, maybe what should employees report?
What or under what circumstances or what triggers the reporting requirement. But the when makes me think like what time.
I agree with Eve on that one. I just was kind of following our guideline, but Eve, I completely agree on that.
Okay. All right, next slide. Next slide, Michelle.
I wanted to apologize. I wasn't really sure here on these next two slides. To me, there was so much information that needed to be inserted, institution specific. I wasn't really sure how to call that out. So I hope this makes sense, but if it doesn't, I'm sure for all of you it will.
I think it's perfect.
Going
You
back
got
to
the
the
first
last slide,
perfect.
I would just say that I think that this could be a good place to put hypotheticals too, just about reporting.
I agree with Eve on that too, and I thought about adding those in, but I just wasn't sure if that was something we should be doing or not. But I completely agree. Something like what you guys did in your training, Eve, with videos or something like that would be really cool.
Okay. Next, please. I think we jumped.
This may be a note for use by the individual campuses, but they may need to separate out confidential for students and then confidential for everyone, since those groups will likely be different.
And what did we decide about clergy? I can't remember.
Yes.
Add that.
Yes. Should we just reference
Yeah.
the confidentiality provisions? Yeah, I think so. Anything else? Next slide. Oh,
Dr. Smith, we said clergy, to add referencing clergy to this slide.
quick question here. Mary and Michelle, you still with us, Michelle, right?
I am. Sorry, I was trying to mute while I wasn't talking. But yes, sir, I sure am.
I'm just wondering if we ought to get, while the getting's good, you have another set of slides further down, and I don't know if it's wise for us to
That's just
skip
one
to.
slide.
I'm sorry?
It's just one slide if y'all want to skip, but I sure understand if you don't.
Well, you're here, so let's do it.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all being so kind. Sorry about this.
It's a lot rougher if you're in this room. Trust me, you're good.
I believe it. You guys are a tough group. Kidding. Just kidding.
Anyone?
I would might add the accessibility for individuals. Oh, just to tie in, like, remember the process need to be accessible.
And Michelle, you've zoomed to the top in terms of best graphic slide
I was thinking
of the
that.
morning.
So we may,
Oh, nice. Well, I was worried that mine were going to be really boring, so I tried.
this may be a template we can adopt.
You're number one right now. Okay. I think that is all, Michelle, of
Okay.
we have for you, so thank you.
Awesome. Well, I'll stay on the video, but if you guys need me, I'll try to my very best to jump on. But you guys, I know y'all will do an awesome job. Thank you for understanding my situation today.
Thank you. Kathy,
good
do you
day.
have anything?
Yeah, have a good day.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye.
Thank you, Michelle.
All right, so now we are where are we now?
We're at
Con-
Donna's Chapter A, Section 3.4.
This is Krista. Can I recommend that we just visit with the consequences for failing to report, which was Eve's section, and then that way we're able to wrap up all the yellow sections.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. I'll need to ask Eve, I've got this under Section 3.113. You see how I've got it? It looks like it's all together, so I wasn't actually able to distinguish.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't separate mine.
How about if I make two different sections?
Sounds
So if you
good.
could tell me where I should cut, and then we'll use the main Section 6, and I'll save it that way.
Okay.
Sorry, let's see here now. Okay, there we go. Okay. Which slides would be pertaining to the main Section 6?
I can't see them, so I'm not sure. We can just go through them, and I'll let you know when to stop.
Okay.
But so I guess just the first three.
Those are, the first three are the main Section 6?
The first three are the yellow,
Okay,
and then the rest are the blue.
got it.
Yeah. I'm missing a bracket there.
That'll be an attention getter in the training when they see mandatory termination. Anyone have any questions about that? Next slide when you get a chance. Okay. Next slide. Anyone? Next slide, please. Okay. Are we back to Rachel Remedies, or I think I kind of
So
got
that was
lost.
included in the
Okay.
ones that we looked at before. That was the
Okay,
first
all
slide
right,
of the three.
sorry. Are we up to Donna? Okay, now just remember how she treated you.
Give me a hard.
No, I'm just saying.
I'll do it.
Hang on one sec, I got to check something here. I want to make sure let's see, this is, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay, everyone.
This is Krista. One thing I would, if we do use the term sexual misconduct, that we put that in the glossary as a catch-all? Okay.
Got it on there, yeah. Because I couldn't put, all those words, sexual harassment, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking policy.
Yeah. So as long as we reference what we're talking about, yeah.
So I've got that down.
I think you did an excellent job on this slide, Donna.
Wise guy.
Okay?
And I will say, this is the one I did create a whole checklist with all these things that I think will be useful for the Title IX coordinators. So I put all of this into a checklist, and my hope would be that we could add to that checklist, because some of the other sections that were not in my group should be on that same checklist, and then you can give that to the Title IX coordinator at each institution, and they can go, yes, I did that, and did that, and did that, so. And it may be that it's useful to have checklists for something else, too.
Okay, and in the spirit of Donna's emphasis on clarity, I just note her use of the term practicable. I don't even know lawyers who want to use that term, Donna.
Very good. Very good. Practicable good is a great word. Possible.
So if any questions come up about the policy or the process or procedure of going to a hospital or identifying which hospital to go to for a sexual assault forensic exam, and then within the applicable time or practicable time, would that be something that we would define somewhere later, or just not include here, or say or say somewhere, see these, because new legislation increased the hours for getting a sexual assault exam from 96 to 120. So is that something that?
That is not, as far as, it's certainly not referenced in these,
Right.
in these changes in the statutes,
Right.
either one of them. It's not in any of these slides that I know of. You know, we could put a link for more information, you know, as we provide, you know, hypos or what have you.
Right.
I mean, we could put links for more information about that, if that's useful.
Yeah.
I think I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think it would be, specifically because every community does not have a sexual assault nurse available to them, and sometimes there isn't even a hospital that can do an exam, so they'll have to travel really far. So I think somewhere there should be some sort of explanation, or at least some reference to where they can get more information about what that process of going to a hospital is, and then the hours of
Right.
in getting evidence.
Living in Houston, we forget that sometimes. I apologize, but yes, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
This is Krista. I would, to piggyback off that, Rick, since the location within Texas will determine what kinds of resources are available, maybe we just have a reference for the Title IX coordinator to add that to their, actually, because these slides are going to be specific for the Title IX coordinator, maybe we just reference that needs to be a consideration for them and their institution or location, as well as referencing Clery, since there are specific language in Clery with respect to making sure that they know that they can access a hospital or get a SANE exam, preservation of evidence, things like that. So,
And David, practicable is only going to our Title IX coordinators.
and the term practicable is in the rules. So
There you
she
go,
didn't do
David.
that.
I
She didn't
think
do
it's
that.
a really catchy term.
I bet some lawyer put that in that rule.
Always seem like too many C's
they
to
know.
me.
Throw them out with the bathwater. Okay.
Is it Clary or Cleary?
Cleary.
With no A.
No way.
Are we good? Okay, how many of our folks are going to know what a biennium is?
Didn't we decide it was once a year?
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, we
I'm just asking. I don't know.
Yeah, I think an explanation of that.
put in 2 years, and I mean, we can change biennium to once every 2 years.
That'd be practicable?
I think so.
Thank you.
I'm saying this is the best TV of the day.
You must not have Hulu. Okay.
So on this one, personnel handbooks is, I added faculty because not everybody has personnel handbooks, and that's old vernacular. And I think we're really talking about the same thing. I don't know how to deal with this one particularly.
Didn't the rules have a clarification
They
or
did.
institutional equivalent, something like that, so that people that have policy repositories can include it there?
That might be a good speaker note.
Or even just add in the first bullet or equivalent?
Yeah. I like that.
Okay. Okay, I just ran across this in my brain earlier this week, making reference to a first semester, first year woman. Is freshman still what it is?
Yes.
Okay, just wondered.
Fresh person? Really, David?
I just said first year, first semester or something. I don't know. I wondered.
Well, when I brought that up, and the people who didn't want to deal with graduate students were concerned about using first-year student because then that doesn't specify undergraduate.
Right.
I mean, I guess we could say first-year undergraduate student.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay.
I don't like it
I'm just
either,
trying to
but-
stay current.
Yeah, I think since it's in the rules and it's in the statute to use that term, but then again, since this is a training module and, we can use references of other terminology that would also be appropriate. This is Krista.
Okay.
And the rules.
I think we ought to cite to the rules. That's a joke.
I think we should, too. Section 3.4 point A, B, C, D, 5.
It's a lot of counselors in that.
It's another word.
Anything else? Next slide. Victim empowerment program is a term that was not known to me. Is that a term of art that is common to those who will be training or trained on this? Is this something?
Yes and no. It depends on, well, from a community standpoint, a community-based agency, we'll use that terminology, but it's typically like a self-defense class, or on a university, a RAD class, the rape aggression defense class, if those are taught. It's those kinds of things. I had a question as well about in the first bullet where it says each institution must develop a comprehensive prevention. That's straight from the statute, right? Okay, and then does the statute, and forgive my lack of knowledge in depthly about the statute terminology, but does the statute say primary prevention in
Yep,
there?
it does.
Okay.
This is Krista. Yeah, I would recommend, since this is the one platform that we can, again, give at least some context, or at least examples of context, that we could put examples of what a...
Impairment.
Yeah, and I think those were great examples. Same with primary prevention. Yeah.
And because primary prevention for sexual assault programs or for family violence programs, it looks very differently than what a prevention program on a campus would potentially be. So, yeah, I agree.
And this is Krista again. I would recommend, and I can send some links off the CDC prevention website, but they go into some really good content on primary prevention and risk reduction and bystander intervention. So I can send that to you, Donna, and we can put that in the notes.
And in addition to that, I can also provide links or information from our website, from TASA's website, and from TCFV's website, since we both kind of lead the charge on primary prevention in the state.
Great.
Anything else? Okay, Mary.
Should be 4. I've got a typo. In the second sentence, there's a typo. It should be 4 instead of from.
I'm sorry, I'm still missing that. Email the information to students?
Second word, second line, first bullet.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay?
Lunches are here. Do you want to have lunch yet, or do we want to put them in their fridge, or?
I'm open to whatever, so how we feeling? A break's fine? Is this a good time for 15, 20 minutes?
Yes, I would say lunch, yes.
Okay. Before we break, I'd like for us to at least discuss we're pretty far along, right?
Yes, sir. We
Having
are.
slogged through my stuff, we were flying.
Gee, I wonder what that means.
I don't know. But in terms of what we have left to do, I'm just thinking about allocation of time and
We
schedules.
have, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, well, different sections, but like, I think they're together in these slides, so we don't have, we're pretty good.
Okay, then I think, is 20 minutes or 30 minutes? What 20 minutes? And we'll resume, and we'll just see how far we go and how long it takes us to get there.
Okay. What are we doing?
It's first Gen Day.
All right, so, Krista, are we coming to you now?
Yes. Correct. This section is just, or intended for Title IX coordinators. So this is just basically an agenda slide or of what's going to get covered in this section.
So if we end up using Donna's checklist, this could be added on the list of additional guidance.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, say that again.
So Donna had the checklist for like policy components. And since you have that section, additional clarification and guidance for institutions, it could be added to that list.
Okay.
Checklist, policy checklist, or policy requirement checklist. Under the, right, it references additional guidance, so recommended templates, how-to guide.
Oh, yeah, we could put the checklist here.
Yeah, reference it here.
Sure, absolutely.
Or somewhere else. It may not fit here, but.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the purpose of me separating them out was basically saying, here are the requirements, and then here's the pieces that will be kind of diving deeper that's not necessarily in the rules, but it's explaining how to do them. Yeah.
So along with my comments from even though we're talking about Title IX coordinators, I still think instead of like section 3.6 breakdown, we would title it reporting requirements.
Sure, yeah. And just an FYI, spoilers, the sections in the rules are going to be referenced throughout, so we'll make duly noted
Okay.
from the committee.
All right, anybody? Are we good? Okay.
Since it's so, in terms of these technical definitions, in terms of what's more in use of community colleges, institutions that provide bachelor's degrees, associates, or something that, for example, or a speaking note to sort of break it down for people as to whether or not it's applicable to them. If you provide these particular types of degrees, it's applicable to you. Or if you, something that sort of is less legal in
I mean,
who it
because
applies to, I think would be helpful.
Krista, who would this not include? Like, I mean, I know this language is in the statute, but why not just say post-secondary educational institutions, including, you know, I guess, including
So Donna, the reason why I put this in here, and you'll see it in the next slide, is as you start looking at the definitions and you go down the rabbit hole of what an institution of higher ed is, and that includes other agency, on the next slide I actually put that in there too, because technically these reporting requirements are also going to apply to systems of higher education, and that was something that I think is really important for the systems of Texas to know. So that was the purpose of this, was to kind of connect the dots from starting with post-secondary educational institution. Those two things are broken down. And then within institution of higher ed, it references other agencies, and other agencies are. So it's
Say post-secondary educational institutions, which and includes systems, I mean, of higher ed.
Yeah, and I was kind of following similar to what other folks were doing, which was, using word for word how either the statute or the rules are written, and at least as a reference, that we're not making these things up. I just wanted to use it word for word. So in the next slide, I reference it.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide and we'll see.
Also, just another spoiler, at the end of this section, which there's 44 slides, I do have a slide that says, if you have any questions about any of these aspects of these requirements, to contact someone at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, so that they at least have a person.
I don't think we need all this, because I think that people, I don't think we need all this.
Okay.
I think we can do like a quick reference and saying, if you're wondering if you are a post-secondary education, go to the statute. But ultimately, I think if
Your legal counsel, they're going to tell you.
yeah, that, and I think also if you're getting to the point where you are even getting to the point of looking at the training, then you have decided that you qualify as a post-secondary institution.
If they don't know whether they're a post-secondary institution, they've got bigger issues than this training.
No, I completely agree. I think where I was going with this was wanting to ensure that the systems also know that they are included in this.
We can make a bullet point to that effect,
Yeah.
Yeah, like citations to other
Okay.
applicable.
like post-secondary educational institutions, including systems of higher education.
Okay.
Does this include barber and cosmetology?
Yes.
It does, right?
Technical schools are included. And that was the only one that I was thinking of maybe adding, is it includes technical institutions, because a lot of people would not consider that as applicable, but
Okay.
I agree with that.
I agree.
No, I appreciate the feedback. I can definitely amend it.
David?
I hate that you had to copy all that.
I mean, it was a simple copy and paste. I didn't transcribe it.
I'm here for you, Krista.
Thank you. Can you hold my hand?
Just a quick point of interjection here. My thought is that you could make sure that you keep it by putting it in the notes section rather
Okay,
than
yeah.
in the slide. Because that way, if somebody asks about it during a presentation, the person would have it right there.
Thank you, everybody.
I guess the only question I would have is that, so I sort of struggled whether or not to put effective date in my section, and I noticed that for the sections that preceded, the effective date wasn't highlighted for the various component parts. So that might be something at the very end that we decide, because I erred on the side of effective date in my sections, but I noticed a trend that it was not included. And so that just put it somewhere to talk about.
No, I appreciate that. The reason why I went ahead and referenced it is, at least for this first year of reporting, that we're not starting with an academic year, we're starting January 1, and so I thought that was an important thing to distinguish, at least for year 1.
And that's why I included it too.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Are we okay?
Why do we need this slide?
Oh, that's a good question. I guess so this is Krista. I could answer, the reason why I put this in there was just to articulate, I think a lot of folks may ask, why are we doing this? What's the background? What's the, yeah, so I put this in here as a foundational piece, but if it's not something that we want in there, it can totally be taken out.
I'm just concerned that our training is going to be so long already that, I mean, I think we could probably say that in the previous slide in one sentence or phrase, some paraphrase of one of these, I think would be sufficient. If we feel like it's important to have, like, why are we doing this? I mean, number one, we're doing it because it's required by law, but number two, it's a good idea to be able to track what's going on in your institution, look for patterns, look for these issues. So your institute, I mean, those are, to me, more notes that you might even put at the end, like, here's why we're doing it. Yeah, it's required by law, but let me tell you, this is a way for us to see if we've got a problem in one particular area or, in a general type of issue that's happening, or specific to dorms, or specific to students who are in this organization, or something like that. I mean, that's really why.
Well, and I also was thinking about how do Title IX coordinators potentially need to articulate this to their leadership? And similarly, the president, I did a similar slide for the CEO report. And so there might be questions from their governing body. And so it was, I thought it would be helpful for folks to at least have some kind of foundation to articulate that to their respective audience. So that was my rationale for putting it in.
I'm a fan of the foundational information in slides because I kind of function that way as well. But if other folks don't feel like it's important, maybe there's a compromise, or maybe there's a way to kind of keep that foundation somewhere. Because I agree. And it also, to me, it adds consistency across the board so that everyone is getting the same message about why.
Mm-hmm. And you can make it one sentence.
Okay.
And then you can add it to the other slide. If you're going to keep it that long, I think just put in the notes. Because I think if we're trying to think about the questions people may ask and how they can respond to them. And I think those can be the foundational pieces in the notes too. But
this is Eve. I was just going to say that is a question that I've gotten when training around campus. So I think this is a good slide.
I think it's important to preserve it, but I do think it can be said a little
More
succinctly.
Well, and the other piece too is these reports are not going to capture everything based on how the statutes were written, and so there are going to be potentially other platforms for Title IX coordinators to present all of their data. I don't think these reports will be that platform, and so that is another piece that I think is important for the institutions to be able to know and or articulate to their community and to the greater public.
So what's the upshot of this slide, y'all?
make it more succinct, and then,
Add it to the previous slide.
yeah.
Okay,
And maybe preserve the detailed information in it.
right.
The notes.
And
Right.
Okay, perfect.
Faculty would love this slide.
Well, and I will also say, this content is not intended to go into a responsible employee training. This is intended specifically just for Title IX coordinators. So I just want to remember our audience for these slides.
Okay, Mary, thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So I know we would prefer not to make reference to the sections in the rules, but what about the references to the Texas Education Code or the Texas Government Code?
Would be, I think, in the notes.
That's different.
I think put those in the notes.
Okay.
It just makes the slides cleaner and simpler, but you still have the reference material there.
Okay.
I think we should also do a note on the disciplinary process. Remember the debate that we had when we were doing the rules about what does that mean? Because that term doesn't, we all apply that term differently based on our policies.
Say that again,
The
Erica?
disciplinary process, so for example, for me, I would call that the hearing that happens after the whole investigation's been done. And so I think I can't remember what we came down, our decision, but I think we kind of tried to define that out in our, in the rules, because that term of arts is used differently at different campuses.
It will be in another spoiler, guys and gals. There will be references to that. We only defined disposition for the purposes of this section in the rules, but I did have some clarifications that I added in the slides later.
Okay.
Okay.
And you might want to incorporate some bubbles. I think what Michelle's format, or how she had the little bubbles.
Okay, thank you.
Can we add that disposition? I'm okay with leaving it here, but maybe add that also to the glossary.
Done.
I think that's probably wise.
Or if it's adopted, just the hyperlink to the verbiage. I like hyperlinks.
Disposition.
Okay.
It's the glossary.
The definition in the adopted.
Are we okay?
Terms of art that are defined.
Further discussion?
Good job, Krista.
Oh, thanks. So just FYI, this is just an intro slide. It was not meant for you to actually be able to read that. And technically, the intent of these slides was to also have your template with you to look at. But I did try to incorporate these slides in a way where it really was outlining beat by beat. So that's why there is so much content in this section, because I just assume one place to go through it beat by beat, and whether you have your template in front of you or not, but yeah.
Anyone? Okay, Mary.
And this is just another title slide.
Okay. Anyone?
I think this will be a good place to put the note about sexual harassment, as we mentioned earlier, about how
That's a good point.
it's the umbrella term for all this, and so issues such as sexual exploitation, sexual intimidation may also have to be reported just based off the term, how we've defined sexual harassment in the law.
And that sexual harassment umbrella term, is that statute?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the statute defined sexual harassment. It didn't define the other three. It just referenced Cleary for the other three. But based on how it's written, it can include some of the other areas that we define out in our policies, like exploitation, intimidation.
Great.
I'm sorry, did you want me to write a note about that?
Yeah, I think that note, I think
Okay.
whoever edits that note would be, they would know what we're talking about.
I like the background section just to provide clarity when people are trying to analyze what that information represents and what it doesn't represent. I really like that clarification.
Thank you. And also, I know we don't have the templates in front of us, but some of these pieces are utilized as footnotes in the templates as well, so that it's articulating the similar sentiments to, again, your audience is either your president or your governing body, and with respect to the governing body, you're posting that same information online, so the public would have the same reference points articulated to them.
Sorry, can you, third-party reporter, how do you use that term? That's not a term that I just use reporter. Do you just say, like, just not the victim, basically what you mean? Okay.
Yep. Bystander would be, I guess, another way to describe that person.
I'm hung up on the second bullet for background.
I guess we haven't talked about hypotheticals in a while, but we could add hypotheticals of what could or couldn't be a type of incident. So in my mind, what I was thinking is sometimes you do get information that is being described as not going to fall into those four definitions. For instance, say someone makes a sexist comment, and then upon further analysis, it's not falling into any of these categories. However, you did receive a report, and you still want to document that, and because that's what you do. But it wouldn't necessarily land in this particular report because it ended up not falling into these categories.
It was dismissed because it didn't meet the elements.
Yeah.
I mean, that ends up being quite a number of reports in terms of it's called something, but then when you look at what's described, it doesn't meet a particular definition.
I guess my thought is to take out the free speech one. That's just my thought. I can't think of an example. I guess because in my mind, when it becomes a free speech issue, it's likely going to be under discrimination, and so I wouldn't even think about it in the nexus of Title IX. But that's just how. And maybe I see it differently because I do both investigations.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at it in terms of they called it a particular thing, but then it was dismissed. So that in terms of, I mean that's a good question in terms of clearly there's the need to clarify that point in terms of reporting.
For privates, the free speech.
Invented.
Yeah. For privates, the free speech wouldn't apply anyway.
I think you can get I think you get the point by saying you may receive reports that don't meet the definitions and leave it at that. Because I think about the unidentifiable conduct where you don't get, like, it's not specific. When you think about that, though, you probably can just group it as sexual harassment. If you can't get all the pieces of it, I would lean on putting it as sexual harassment if I don't know some of the broader details, but I'm an over-reporter, though. I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not saying that, or arguing that, to do one or the other, but I do, I guess, want to just give reference to all of the different situations that, again, may not actually apply to this particular reporting, but it's still something within the greater scope of your role and responsibilities of documenting and memorializing how you are responding to all of those reports. So yeah, I don't know. And I think you could go either way with that. You could either capture.
My thought is just to remove the is protected speech, those parts, and then do a hypothetical there to get to what.
Okay.
That's just my thought. The protected speech and the unknown or non-identifiable conduct. Because to me, if it's unknown or unidentifiable, but I know a couple of things that it's unwanted and sexual in nature, that to me triggers sexual harassment at a minimum.
yeah.
So then to me, like if I can identify those pieces, then I'm in this realm where I need to report that. If I can't identify those pieces, then I would never even think about it in this. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I guess a hypothetical I was thinking of is when someone reports to a responsible employee something happened, and they'll literally say something happened, and then the responsible employee says, I need to report that, I think. And so they do, and they literally will quote, something happened is what was disclosed. And you don't have any further information, and the complainant or victim, survivor, doesn't want to give any further information, which they have the right to do. So you end up, at least for us, we would capture that as an unknown Title IX matter or unknown conduct matter under Title IX or sexual misconduct, and then leave it there until we figure out where it needs to go. And for us, we wouldn't put that in this report. If we landed on it's still unknown.
We wouldn't put that in a report either, and I don't think I would document it even as an unknown Title IX because I don't know enough. But I think that the example you just gave is a good example, and that I think it's better to do as a hypothetical than that, because I think that can be confusing. Just saying like that something happened, that's not enough to know if it implicates this policy. But I like that as a hypothetical, so I think that could work and explain that part.
And Rachel, what did you say about independent institutions?
Oh, just that private institutions may by policy have free speech sort of provisions, but they aren't bound by the First Amendment. So including a reference to protected speech wouldn't be applicable to all the institutions in the state.
Okay.
Make sure I'm writing this right.
Yes.
That works.
I think you should finish. Consider a hypothetical.
Anything else?
For the considerations part, is this just, that's not in the statute, but just something that we thought would be helpful? I agree with it. I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, again, for the audience is the Title IX coordinator. And so let me go back and read it.
Because it was a question I had about how the reporting period that I'd asked about it, whether we wanted to include in the rules, and I think that there wasn't. I think we decided that, I think everyone disagreed with me and decided that that you didn't have to continue including it until the investigation was closed, or at least for the report that goes to the coordinating board, maybe?
Yeah, so, and I have additional considerations. So basically what I was doing was just articulating these are things to consider when compiling, and for consistency, since this wasn't something we decided to put in a rule, maybe the training could be a better place for us to articulate some of those nuances as I don't know what we should call it, a standard practice, best practice, consistent practice for the
If it's
state of
a-
Texas.
If it's
So-
a best practice, and I do think this is a best practice, and this is what I plan to do, I think it'd be better to put it in the notes, because how it's written right now is that, to me, I read it as I'm required to do that for it to be sufficient under the law.
So I guess my question is, should we use, because I kind of just picked it and then I figured we'd decide and talk about it, but whenever the term should is used, I definitely want to make sure that we're all, I guess, in agreement for using that term. So if there isn't an agreement or maybe an amendment to some of that terminology, I want us all to,
I read should as required. So to me, for how this, I'd say like Title IX coordinators may consider including this, since it's not required to do that. But I mean, a best practice would be to include that to me, but.
okay.
Can I suggest that we pull this section out of our training and use it as a separate piece to explain this template? Because I understand if you want to train on the template, that's like separate and apart. I just feel like this is going into a lot of detail and is very disconnected from the rest of the type of training that we're providing. And I don't think this level of detail is really what we're needing to do for the purposes of the statute. I think it's very valuable for when you're trying to explain, if they want to use this particular template, to explain how and the ways in which you would use it. It just seems to me like it would be better as a separate training, as maybe an appendix to the training that we're providing. And, we're going to have the appendix, we're going to have the templates, and we could have some recommended training for the templates, and that this would all belong there. It just seems to me it's very different than the rest of the stuff we're producing.
I like that idea, because I think that some people just want to know, give me a digestible breakdown of the law so I can go through quickly, and some will want more detail like this about best practices, what their options are.
Especially if they're not using this particular template.
Not a required template. I
Yeah.
think it should go with the template, so you can learn about it if you want to use the template.
I like the idea of an appendix that works to focus those who are interested, their attention on the template.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think a lot of this will get pulled out then.
We'll
And that's
use it
fine.
Other places.
Yeah, absolutely.
Time is not wasted.
I mean, the content is there. It's just figuring out where it should live and who it should live with and all that fun stuff. So yeah, that sounds good.
So here, I think the only part that, no, never mind. Okay. This will go with the template, yeah.
And just as another note, I have submitted draft updated templates to the coordinating board, and so I guess the coordinating board can talk on maybe next steps, but yeah.
The next slide.
Did you want to pull out these others also into the, basically, I'm just, so for purposes of organizing, are all these slides really referencing the template?
Yes.
So, let me just look real quick.
No, I think that's going to be a really good compendium for the template.
Right. Do you want me to pull them out now as a template, or how do you want me to handle it?
Unless there's reason for us not to, that makes sense to me.
Okay, give me a couple of seconds here then.
Okay.
I think I'm going to do now is delete the slide. If you could help me, this is going to be now for the template. So I've got all the slides that you have, so I'll just, if you could help me, I'll delete all slides that have to do with the that don't have to do with the template. Does
Okay.
that make sense? Okay. So this is not a template one, right?
That's just the kind of the agenda of the section. So,
How about this? So if I was to make it just for the template, this section,
we're deleting template stuff, right?
we're taking everything out that's not templates.
Okay. So I guess the first slide wouldn't apply anymore because really the slide that you currently have highlighted.
Okay.
Because really that was just an agenda slide of this section and that no longer will apply, I guess.
Let's do it this way. This is going to be the template, Appendix A. So what would you like
Yes.
to have in it? Yeah.
So I'm just explaining. So the first slide that you have highlighted was really just an outline of the main points of the overall section. So I don't know if I don't think it'll be applicable anymore. So I would just delete it. Yeah. The two next slides with the blue header, that was specifically to the definitions of higher education, post-secondary higher education, so those would be deleted. And then the next set of blue headers also were literally copy and pasted from or at least that first one that you have highlighted. So delete that one. And then can we just zoom out or zoom into the next blue? I just wanted to read it. Oh yeah, so that would apply to the statute and the rules, so that can be deleted. And then now we're getting into the template, so those would all stay.
I'll just run through make sure that I'm right here. Okay, so we got, this one's good, right, for the template?
I think we could change that title now to reporting templates.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So this is, I think this would, well, I guess it depends on,
You would just add the sentence in one of the earlier slides. I think it stays in the in this section.
okay, so you think this should stay with the templates?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
no, not with the templates, with the other stuff.
Okay, so this would be deleted.
Templates,
Right
okay,
now,
sorry.
we're doing template.
So we delete it. Let's delete it. Okay. How to, yep. Yep.
This is all template.
All templates. Yep. Wait, can we go back? Yes, keep going. Keep going. Yes, keep going. We're still in the Title IX coordinator. Okay, so yes, all of that we would keep. Immediate danger reporting is part of the statute, so I would say we delete this. You can delete that. You can delete that. Okay, so we'll keep that, and now we're in the CEO report, and we'll keep that. I think we deleted the Y for Title IX coordinator report, so I would say we would delete the Y for the CEO report.
But this is still part of the template, right?
Well, we deleted the Y for the Title IX coordinator report slide, so I would say we should take this out too, and that maybe can be articulated in the actual rules. So yeah, I would say we should delete this. I would say delete this too, because this can live in the rules and the explanation, and we can delete that. Yes, we can delete this. And we can delete this. Okay, so now we're back into templates. Templates, yep. Yeah, keep going.
Delete?
Nope, we'll keep it, we'll keep all of this. This is all referencing the templates. Can we go back to the posting? I just want to go up one more. I don't know if we should keep this one or not, since it is referencing the template, but it's also this is starting to reference the certification and the things people need to do. Does the group maybe have Actually, I would say let's take it out, and that can live in the other one. I would say take this out. Yeah, I would take that out too. Yep, I would delete that. Delete that. Okay, that's it.
Okay, so now let's go through it one more time. This is all template stuff.
That is all templates.
Okay, here we go. Ready? Just tell me if I'm just going to go through them
Yep,
really
just keep
quick.
going through it.
Okay.
Can we go back up two slides? We can delete the certification. You can delete that, and then you can delete that one. Yep.
Okay, so now this is the template one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Mary.
Oh, that's fine. That's good. I guess we got. Okay, so now. Okay, so now I think we should delete all the template slides from this one, and then we can talk again.
Okay.
Okay, so now you'll have to help me. We're going to help me make sure I keep what we want for the regular training. So here we go.
Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So I say we just delete that. Oh, actually, you haven't deleted it yet. I would just leave it, and I can just amend some of it, but at least it gives you a breakdown of yeah, I like it. It's just my agenda slide again.
Okay. And so now, you'll have to help me, though. I don't want to delete anything that's...
No.
Okay.
Yeah, keep
So
that.
now we keep that, though, right? Okay. We keep that.
Keep.
See, we have our notes on the bottom, too.
Yep,
So that, yeah.
keep.
Okay.
I think we should keep this.
Okay.
Keep. 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 Delete.
Okay. Okay.
Delete.
Okay.
Delete. 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 It's keep. 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 Delete. 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 I would keep this. Keep. 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 Okay, yep, we're good.
Okay. Okay, so now, let's go back to the... Okay, so I think, so we can start here. How's that?
We all set, Mary? Ready to go? Yes? Okay. Yeah.
I don't remember. Is there a section that goes into all the reporting dates in the training, or we just have included them within the? There's not. Okay.
I do think we should note on each slide, just, effective X date, effective, like just, or maybe not each slide, maybe it's, since it's going to be shorter, but just note the effective date when the information is.
I'm not sure that, what do y'all think? This is a little complicated. We have different dates at different times. I'm not averse to having a little flag or something that would enable somebody to make notes, but I'm not sure that, I don't know. What do y'all think?
I think Donna would probably create a really nice checklist.
My other thought. So when we did the rules, we created that really brief paragraph where we talked about when we talked about when things went into effect. Maybe we can take that and put in words instead of the sections. So like make a little chart just saying that. I think that would be helpful, because that's been, I'm talking to my colleagues at the other campuses in my system, that's been the question a lot of us have been confused about when certain parts go into effect. As far as a random aside, but I can make that chart. I'll volunteer to do that. So I will make a chart with the dates, just kind of taking the paragraph that we use from the rules and then pulling in the applicable, using the language, not the 3.5.
Would that be something we would call an appendix, part of an appendices?
Probably, and just put in with the glossary.
Okay.
Something like that.
So this is where I used the term should, but wanted to make sure we were all okay with that, or if there was other terminology to use.
Is should what's in the statute? Is this something that's additional?
No, so anytime I use the term guidance or clarification on us as a header, it's just putting some additional stuff in there, but it's not in the rules or the statute. So that's why I put it in there just as a starting point, but I wanted to make sure folks agreed on what kind of language or terminology to use.
My thought is that institutions should consider establishing.
Ooh, I like that. Okay.
Yeah, I like that too. I was going to say, I want to make sure we aren't inadvertently creating some sort of stated best practice that then institutions
Yep.
get held
Right.
accountable for
Right.
beyond the statute. So things about
Yeah.
consideration or a little lighter language is probably more flexible.
Is should consider too strong? Is may consider? How about might oughta? Woulda, coulda?
We said may? Yeah,
So y'all
Okay, we
prefer
should consider?
should consider.
should consider? Okay.
Should seems like a directive.
And then the same for the third bullet point, the Title IX coordinator should keep written records, or should we say should consider keeping written records?
Should is fine. on
Okay.
that.
All right, I just want to make sure we're all in agreement.
Should is good, on that.
I guess it's just how heavy-handed do we want to be in our materials, or, do we want to be more neutral in the language? I don't know.
Since we're going to have another draft, that can just be something pegged for consideration.
Well, the second bullet says there's discretion, okay? So saying should and the other ones are really is advisory only. I think since we've said in the second bullet that this is discretionary and how they do it, I just don't think it makes that much difference.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay.
So I'm assuming Scott Oh, I'm assuming that note that just got typed in will be effective for editing the slides to take out the reference in the last bullet to training purposes of the slideshow, since that's been removed.
Quick question. In terms of time and where we are, how many slides, having created that appendix for the template, just looking at where we are time-wise?
Right, of this one, there are 10 more slides.
Okay, that's good to know. Why don't we try to wrap those up, and then we'll take a break and see if we can't have a final discussion for planning?
Well, I should say.
Oh, we have a few more sections.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, we have
We have,
1, 2, 3, 4,
Beg your
5,
pardon.
6 more sections.
yeah. Okay. We're at 1:30 now.
We just have 5 minutes to regroup.
Request for 5 minutes?
I just think
Okay.
maybe we can.
All right, let's do that. Let's take a short break. yeah. So, thank you all. That break was helpful. Organizationally, we have a number of things that we will want to discuss before we adjourn. And I think we have a pretty good sense of, how important this section is and how to format that consistent with what we've done so far. I've visited with my co-chair, and I think that we're comfortable with the understanding that consistent with what we've discussed, we will want to have at least a conference call between now and December 1, I think, so that we can review together what we will call, we hope will be a final draft for submission and recommendation to the coordinating board. Okay? And so I think with that understanding, we can, if it's okay, Mary, we might look to some of the other sections now, complete those, and then do our discussion of planning going forward. Okay? And doing that, I think that maybe, do y'all agree Florence is up next? Is that? All right.
Oh, sorry.
There it is.
Your mic.
The only thing I was thinking is a note putting that it, can be placed in the footer on the main page or something,
Yeah,
this-
I'm thinking actually using most of this instead of the slide that I did, and then we can add that footer there. I mean, I don't think we're going to need both slides.
Okay.
And I think this is better than the one that I had on this point.
Do you remember what number that was by any
No,
chance?
but
Okay.
when we see the whole package, I'll
Sure.
be able to, put a big X through mine and use this one instead. Because I don't think we need to train twice on it.
Now, I want to understand, Florence, what you just said, though, and I think I heard main page, or maybe I misunderstood.
That's on
just-
one of my slides.
So we'll just reconcile those two slides, and then we'll put additional content that's different in kind in a footnote for the
Okay,
speaker.
so no main page. Okay, all
Yeah,
right,
because we'll combine the two.
okay. Are we good with that? All right.
I pass the floor.
Would you like to give back time to the esteemed?
Super cheesy. It's
So I'm just going to go ahead and pull up your next slide set, okay? Unless you all want to go through the next one would technically be Michelle, and of course,
We-
she's already gone through hers. And
Right.
then Eve, did we do we did, okay, that's good.
I can put a note here.
So do you want to
This
go
is the
next,
one.
Florence, with the other one that you have? As we've got for you also the compliance, 319. You want to do that
Okay.
next? Okay.
Yeah, it starts on that one. So that I just wanted I put as a placeholder the subchapters because it was going to be referenced in other areas, so I didn't want to be redundant. I like hyperlinks, or maybe we could do a checklist or a chart, just and reference that there instead of calling it all out again.
Okay, you know?
Is this the time where we're talking about that system thing? Oh, wait, no, never mind.
So with this one, I just wanted to mention that noncompliance, it shows up in a report to state officials, and it comes with the financial penalty, so just in one slide.
Should the slide say anything about where the 2 million, where oh God, I just lost it. The fee would come from or not come from?
Next slide.
Oh, okay, great.
You guys are working well.
Spoiler.
Right,
Yeah,
there
spoiler,
you go,
that's
right?
Krista, you act like these are Marvel movies where
It makes it more riveting, yeah.
Right.
The suspense.
So good, yeah.
Did it for me.
That answers my question.
Great.
Oh, just a small typo, sorry.
Okay, no,
Florence.
it's all good.
State of federal money or?
Oh,
It should
whatever
be or,
money.
right?
Where are you looking?
Under note, an
Oh, the note
institution
institution
cannot pay.
cannot pay municipal penalty using state. Yeah, or.
Okay.
Or, yeah, correct. Thank you.
This is Donna. Let's pull those citations out of there.
What? Say that
You
again.
want the hyperlinks?
Oh, no, no. No, I'm just,
Yeah.
no.
I'm not sure this level of detail is necessary in the training, that's all. I just think knowing that there is an administrative penalty and knowing that there's an appeal process is probably what we need. The level of detail is something that you would get if it were to occur. You'd start looking at it
And send it to Donna.
It's not the sort of thing I would ever expect a Title IX officer to need to know that level of detail. So I think we could just narrow it
I'm
down.
good with that. And I mean, if there's, inquiring minds want to know, it could be, it's a speaking point and
Right.
references
Like,
to
give me the
others.
details, like, what is it?
Yes, please. This is where I get to say it's all about Eve. Sorry.
Okay, Eve.
Really?
Yep, that's what it says. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, it's fine.
Anyone? Mary?
Again, just a cut and paste. I added a little
What did
flair
we
with
say
that
in
bold.
the rules? We had a comment on the rules on this one.
Yeah, this one might merit
Okay.
some.
Wait, which section was it? 3.11? Because we said something in the rules. Yes. As permitted by state or federal law, shall provide as permitted by state or federal law. In 311B, we actually included FERPA because this particular section of the statute may not be consistent with federal law. And so we got to be careful when we say shall provide so that people realize that there are other laws that you have to look at due to the supremacy clause of that nasty little United States Constitution we have to deal with every once in a while.
So do you recommend that that would be a note? I don't see that as a hypo, but I do think, like I used caution on a couple of my slides where I just wanted to emphasize that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
However you want to do it. I think that's a good point. I was kidding when I called it a nasty constitution. It's just, we have to deal with it all the time. Even private institutions do, on that point.
Anything else? Anything else? Oh. Are we okay? All right.
So the only change I made to the statutory language in this one was I changed the and to or because I felt that or made it clearer what we spent a lot of time discussing in the negotiated rulemaking, that only one is required. If you say and, it makes it sound like
anything else? Okay, Mary.
I think that may be it.
It is, other than I sent you
Oh, that's right, those
new
definitions.
slides with definitions since they weren't anywhere else. And we don't have to use these, but I just copied and pasted from the statute and then Cleary.
Oops. Okay.
And that is the language coming out of 1735? Yeah. Yeah.
Would it be helpful to add, I know, but to add where as a footnote or some sort of reference of where this is coming from?
And better than giving the site to a bill number,
Yeah.
it's better to give a site to the statute itself, because that'll stand the test. So we can put a statutory citation.
So the definitions are referenced in the Texas Education Code, Section 51.281.
One more time?
Texas Education Code, Section 51.281.
Right.
51. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any questions? I don't think so. Okay. Unless there are questions, I think that, thank you for doing that, Rachel.
So are we going to use these definitions in our glossary? Or do we want to have,
I think that's a good place for them. Well, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking for these, because they're the essence of the whole
Should be
statute, I think these should have their own slides. I had them on the, set of glossary things that I'm kind of creating. Maybe even putting them in both places, certainly not going to hurt. But I kind of think in both places.
I
Well,
think both.
that's good because we're going to be doing that with other glossary terms, so I think that works.
I think it's also in terms of where it should go. I really don't have a preference, but I think maybe in the very beginning, just to
Right.
lay the
Right.
foundation of
Right.
what we're talking about. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why we have to have another meeting, because the order of all these slides
Oh, that's
has
what you're
to
talking about,
be
yeah.
logical
Yeah.
for the person that's delivering the training and for those of us who are receiving it.
So with that, unless I'm mistaken, we have reviewed all that we plan to review today. And among the things that I think we will want to discuss, Mary, will be finding an available date,
Right.
and then over the course of today's discussions, there were suggestions that will require additional work. And so we'll want to talk a little bit about that today so we can make sure we have that covered.
I did have one thought on how we could proceed, and that's really that I could then simply email to each member basically, I've got everybody's material revised and unrevised, and the revised ones have all the notes in the.
That'd be great.
So what we could do, I could just email them back to you, each of you, that, irrespectively.
Yeah, I think we want them all.
Oh, I want to see the whole thing.
Yeah.
See
Okay.
all of them.
I'm with Donna on that. I think for two reasons. One, I think we all need to weigh in and be prepared to discuss the whole. And from just a self-serving standpoint, and for the benefit of the product, for example, in a number of the slides that I had prepared, I think that there is good value in some supplementary materials that I don't believe I'm the subject matter person for that, and would appreciate, the assistance, really the work of those who offered that. So I just think it'll be better product.
Yeah, I kept saying a hypothetical, and
Yeah, it was you.
I'm happy to write the hypotheticals that I suggested.
But in terms of sort of group editing,
So I think everybody could look at their own slides based on the comments and edit from there. I know that I'll probably grab the one that Florence did and put it in my section, because I think it needs to be in the beginning section when we're talking about the policy. and not kind of on its own?
Yeah, I was wondering if we would each want to edit our individual ones like on a short turnaround and send them back to Mary, and then Mary send back
That would work for me.
all of them to everyone compiled, but there are a few, I get, David, like yours, where we would need to add hypotheticals where work would still need to be done, but then we're at least one step closer.
That's good. I will say this, that insofar as there may be some minor editorial things for me to, not the hypos, work on, I would be relying on Mary's notes for those. So then we're back to, Mary, you send each one of us our deal, we do a quick turnaround, then everybody gets the whole, and we're at the 8th. Can this happen so that we have an entire document to review by this time next week?
Sure. No problem.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so if that gives us the 15th and we need to post, we're starting,
Talking about having a meeting on the 15th?
no, talking about turning this around so that we all have the document. And, you know, maybe the 15th is soon enough, depending upon calendars, but I want to make sure we have enough time that everybody, we tried to do that sort of today, and it just wasn't realistic to have everybody review everything before we got here today. We just couldn't do it. But this next round, we should. And so when we visit, I would hope that all of us have had the time, been able to make the time to receive and review and be prepared to comment so that we can have a discussion of 90 to 120 minutes and put it to bed.
Quick question, did you want to have these 3 different types of training? Like, for example, that I would put together, you would all tell me which slides you would want to have me put together for each of the different training?
Yeah, you're going to let us.
That'd be great. Okay, good.
Yes, and that should be on our to-do list for between now and the next meeting, specifically which of those slides will be in responsible employees,
Perfect.
confidential employees, and Title IX coordinators. Okay? So is this, is it good for us to start looking now at dates, not sooner than the 15th and the following week?
The following week. I'm here on the 21st.
But we
I
have
know.
that leadership conference.
But we could, yeah. It doesn't go Friday, does it?
But it goes only until, the leadership conference will go over only until approximately 2:30-ish.
You think I want to hang out in Austin?
You know what I was thinking?
Oh, yeah. I will not be available on the 15th through the 18th.
Okay. Let me look at,
How about the 19th?
I can do the 19th.
By phone, I can manage that. I can tell everybody to,
Anyone have a problem with the 19th?
This is a phone?
by phone.
By
By
phone.
phone. The afternoon works best for me. on the
We'll pick
19th.
2 dates. Going once,
1 second.
twice, you run out of time, you're great.
I need to just check
I'm
something
kidding,
really
I'm
quickly. Okay, thank you.
Oh, time's up.
so you're thinking of just a conference call meeting
Yes.
again, right, on the
Yes.
19th? Yeah.
I would hope that we have enough understanding of the product now that we won't have major issues or surprises. And that,
We'll be more than ready to finalize it. Those of us with appendixes, though.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I did sign up to create a
I've
chart.
got 2 appendixes.
The 19th works for me. Sorry.
If we do it the 19th, I'm only available in the morning.
Okay, that's fine.
What? It sounds to me like we don't need a
We have to
fallback
broadcast
date.
again, so we have to be careful. We have a meeting in this room on the, see, all of our advisory committee meetings need to be broadcast. And we have only 2 rooms that can do that. So we could do it on the 19th. Let me just look at something else, one sec. Actually, we could. The Lone Star Room is available on the 19th, so we would just have it in a different room. David and Krista, did you want to come physically and be present like you were at the conference call last time?
You know, if that facilitates a more efficient, meeting, sure. If not, I'm happy to be in my office too, but either way,
Okay.
I'm willing to do whatever is best.
Yeah, same. This is Krista.
Okay, so the 19th, and somebody said that they couldn't be anytime somebody was in the morning.
Afternoon is not good for
Yeah,
Krista.
we're looking at morning, 9:30 or 10.
Okay,
Do we have the option to come in if
Oh,
we
yeah.
can? Okay.
so basically, these are open meetings, yeah, so anybody can come, and yeah, that'd be great if you wanted to come in person. I guess my only concern is, so it would be a conference call, so it would be that same kind of a phenomenon where we had Michelle Boone, where there's a minute delay, so you all could look at the slides when we project them on the web, but there would be a delay, see that? Because I think you're going to be trying
We'll
to
have a hard
actually
copy, though.
deciding on the slides.
But we'll have a hard copy.
We should have.
That's true.
I've lost count here, but what are we thinking? 40, 50 pages? Mm-hmm. And we just go page by page, and I would like for them to be numbered.
That works.
And
So
then
essentially what I hear that okay, so basically you would all send your revised slides back to me. Then I would compile them in the order that we've been going through here. And then just send you one big slideshow.
Right. And then
Yes.
somebody's going to have to, maybe you could work on the order.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
If it is acceptable to the committee, Krista, you and I had talked about this when we started. We'll work with Mary and Kathy on the order.
Okay.
Sorry.
So in order for me to compile the slides, then would you be able to get them to me, see, the 19th? Where are we now?
We said by the 15th.
Well, by the
Oh, yeah, that'd
15th, to have them all back out to us.
Right.
We need to get them to Mary by
Wednesday?
The 13th?
If you could do that, that'd be great, because then that would give me a day to compile everything and shoot them all out to you by, so you'd send them to me by the 13th, and then I'd shoot them back out on the 15th.
Close of business on the
Yeah.
13th gives you enough time?
Yes,
Okay, that's it, folks.
okay,
Fine.
great.
All good.
Anything else, y'all? Krista?
None.
I guess this is where I say thank you for putting up with my attempts at levity. And you're all forgiven for the things that you said that Michelle would have defended me on had she been here. Y'all have a good weekend, safe travels if you're traveling. Thank you.
We'll want to formally adjourn the, David, we're going to need to formally adjourn the meeting.
Formally adjourned.
All right, and Mary, do you do that or do I do that? All right, I would entertain a motion that we adjourn.
Motion to adjourn the meeting?
There is a motion. Is there a
Second.
second? We have a second. Is there discussion of
Just a
adjournment?
second.
Hearing no discussion, all in favor of adjournment, say aye.
I.
Aye. Any opposed?
Who seconded? I did. Okay.
Again, thank y'all.
What did we say, November 19th, at what time?
We're gonna finish this and then the, Betsy DeVos is gonna come ruin our Christmases.
Exactly what time.